Good evening, everybody. How's everybody doing tonight? Get some light going on up in here. Gotta get the smoke heated up. There we go. What's up, buddy boy? So got some track set to how it's going to be. We're going to have the passing side in here coming back and a crossover. Come on, you damn thing. There we go. Hey, nephew. Did you get yours? Oh, okay. Well, at least it's in Canada now. You'll get that fixed. It's not that hard of a job. It's just small. Oh, that was a good shot at the smoke. I'm afraid to fill it. They say only put 4 drops in, and it lasts for like, well, I mean, it's already kind of poofing out. And I got it on stock. Temperature wise. Oh no, I did turn the smoke up a little bit. But only by like 10 or 20. Okay, we're gonna put like 5 drops in. I want this. This is going to be another good smoke shot. That's enough smoke. Not better than going to stink again tonight. What I need is a syringe with a metal tip so I can go all the way down and not worry about melting anything on the element. Always clean up your smoke after you're done using it. You don't want it sitting on your engines. Luckily, the museum has saved 3 original cars that ran with this engine in 1957, 58, and 59. A Vistadome, a coach, and a Pullman sleeper. I'm going to have to find a new spot to park. When I have 3 cars, I'm going to have to pull up more. So with my CV settings, this is 40% throttle, which I think is good enough, as a max speed for this loco. On the small layouts, your layout, my layout. If it was a room size layout, where I had like 10 feet of straightaway, yeah, that would be awesome. You really know? go, well. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Laziness. Laziness. Yeah. Okay, stand up. Come on. You see the choo-choo train? You see choo-choo? No. A little free. You can be free. That Mountain Dew bottle in the corner, that's been empty for years. That's Mountain Dew. I'm a Mountain Dew freak, so might as well have some Mountain Dew on my way out, right? You've heard of the world's largest ball of twine, stuff like that? You know, Route 66. This is the biggest Mountain Dew bottle in the world. This is actually the one I'm drinking right now. I drink a 2-liter a day. Man, I can't wait to get this track on Saturday. This is gonna look so sweet. So this is a broken switch. I'm just having it placed here to get kind of the effect. This is going to be a passing siding in here, and then it's going to connect to these two where I can store locomotives. And between here and here is going to be a crossover to this mainline track, and eventually another one's going to go this way. But that's after I got to get a 60 millimeter piece for for this track. I have to get an expandable for this side, and then 2 expandables for that side. So for right now, we're just going to deal with the one crossover. Originally, when I had the number 4 switches, I had 2 of these for the crossover, and I was able to get away with a single expandable track, which I already got. But I didn't like the number 4s, so I went to the number 6s. Going for some passengers. Go ahead, go lay down. It's going to be so much funner come Saturday. One, I'll have the two engines, and two, I'll have stuff to do here, and then the main line. At least for a while. I still got to build it around. Hey Scott, I got 3 Blue Goose cars coming of a fantasy paint scheme. But in my world, they're not fantasy, they're real. Because the Blue Goose was never scrapped, and they actually used them in the late 50s. In my world. I got a coach, a Vista Dome, and a Pullman sleeper coming. Actually, I don't need to buy wheels. I can take the wheels off these and put them on your car. And that'll give me time to send these back to the car shop to get interior. Because I do want the interior swung. I can't wait to try double heading. God, this thing's gorgeous. Oh my God. So I sent the Heisler back this morning. Someday I'll try to buy another one. But as of right now, I'm kind of weird, and it's a gear. It's my favorite gear, in fact. In fact, it's my favorite gear that's never been made before. They've done, I know they've done a Class B and a Class C shape. They have never done a Class D. I'm not sure if they've ever done a Class A. The Class A only had 2 cylinders. And it was a little dinky thing. Class B, 3 cylinders and 2 truck. Class C was the 3 cylinders and 3 truck. It had a tender, similar to the Heisler I had. And then the Class D is 3 cylinders with 4 truck. The tender is dual truck instead of single truck. I do have a letter into BLI to get information on the run 1 and run 2s of these things. I believe I have a second run, but you never know. I'm kind of hoping at least 2 of the 3 cars I'm getting for the Blue Goose are lighted. It looks like they have metal wheels. Another perfect stop. I need to get a station building. So I have a station on 2 here. And if I bring that in a little, I can do a station over there on line 1. A small stop. I would have to wiggle that back in. Ooh, I bet I could use the, what is that, the 670s? No, because I'll need 4. And I'll only have 3. I still didn't time that good. Oh well. how many of these things? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess there's 9. Hey, WMW. Nothing much, just running the goose. Couple more days and then she's gonna go into the siding and gonna run another train for probably a week or so, breaking it in. That starts on Saturday. I'm gonna do an unboxing and running and all that stuff. Fill up with some water. Eventually I won't even be using this sound effect because I'm going to get the BLI water tower, and that has the sound built into it. Dropping off the peoples and picking up the more peoples. Pretend there's a station right there. We're still starting off brand new pretty much, so you're going to have to imagine a lot. When did I do that? December 14th, I think I set the table up again. Come on. Stupid thing. Pop it out. We're going to try this a different way. function. Let's try that. Get that warmed up. Give it a jump start. Oh, popping out. Supposed to be blowing it out. There we go. smoke is a mess. Jesus. Well, that turned off. Oh, I know how it turned off. Yeah, that's how it turned off. I did the emergency stuff. So what's going on, Catman? Couple more days. We're gonna start having some real fun. As you can see, we're laying track. Ooh, pardon me. We can get some water. Hey, Jersey Bill. Let's give you a good whistle. Give you one of these. Give you one of these. And give you one of these. Dude, I love this thing. The story behind this was, this is the version I wanted. I was actually going, I wanted this one. I went to a hobby shop and looked at this exact one, but they wanted full price for it. They would not give any discount. I don't want to spend that much time. So I drove 20 miles to another hobby shop. They had the as delivered version. And as they took it out of the box to test it, the front truck fell on the floor. Somehow it cracked off. So luckily, I said, screw it. Drove the 20 miles back to the first shop, and the whole way I'm going, am I stupid? I feel stupid. This is going to be a mistake. Oh my God, this was not a mistake at all. This is gorgeous with your own eyes. This camera doesn't pick up the detail. Because originally I was going to pick up a Blue Goose and a Scale Trains locomotive. Well, because I had to go back and pay full price, I didn't get the Scale Trains. Luckily, we got a big donation from a few people, and we're getting a Scale Trains now. Again, in fact, we already have it. We just got to go pick it up, and that's Saturday. Oh, okay. So you got the good camera one. The actual history to this is they came out with these, and they were better than the normal Hudsons, so they called them Super Hudsons. Well, in 1945, all 5 or 6 locomotives of the 3400 class went to Albuquerque and got rebuilt into what they call Super Duper Hudsons. So this is a Super Duper Hudson, because this is a 51 to 53 version. Top speed was 120 miles an hour, they said, of the Super Duper Hudsons. The Super Hudsons, as delivered, was 112 miles an hour. Could be. I want to say these are 84-inch drivers, so I want to say that might be the same size as the big boy. Or were those 65? No, those couldn't have been 65, because those are way over my head. I'm actually old enough. On the same trip, we went to Green Bay and I was able to climb on, because it was outside at the time, the big boy they had. Up on top, pilot, in the cab, along the walkways going from the pilot to the cab and everything. And then we went to Fond du Lac, and somehow my mom talked to them into giving us a tour of the roundhouse. And we did the tour, and they were just finishing up the locomotive, so I got to drive it out of the roundhouse onto the turntable, obviously with their help, because I was like 8 years old or something like that. And they spun it, and pulled it off, and then just parked it. I don't know who she would have contacted, because I would love to do that again, especially with being that I'm a lot more into trains and structures. I'd be taking pictures of the rafters and shit like that. I'm known to go out in the middle of nowhere and take pictures of roundhouse locations, old stations, stuff like that. Not too long ago, I went to Atkin, Illinois, to look for the old end-of-the-line turntable and engine house location of the Chicago Great Western. Right before it got on with, what would it be? Oh, Jesus, I'm having a brain fart. Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy? Yeah. But, middle of hunting season, walking out into the woods, I was actually able to find it, being that, it went defunct in like 1895, so it's been a long time. Found foundation, the back foundation wall of the engine house. I found the, not the whole ring, but spots of the ring of the turntable, the rock wall. And then I found, because it went right past this, it went over a creek, so it was a bridge. I found the rock retaining wall on the north side. It was all. I'm a geek, I guess. The thrill of seeing something that I can honestly say no one else has seen, because no one even knew this was there. They thought it was like a quarter mile away on the other side of the road. I used LiDAR, and I was able to find it through LiDAR. I've been researching roundhouse and turntable locations for like 30 years now. I got my catalog is 3,500 plus locations now. No, 30. Man, I can't remember that either. I also map, because this is all in Google Earth Pro, the computer version. Place marks, you can click on the place mark, it'll pop up a picture from like the 1939 aerials that they did, or old Sanborn maps or whatever, old maps in general. Gives you information about it, the build date, how many stalls it was, walls, framing. Certain locations, because I've been there, I got extra information on like the turntable, so it has that. I also mapped rail lines from the 1920s and 30s. And my actual favorite is mapping the traction lines, the Great Third Rail in Chicago. the Akron electric line. I've done all of Ohio, all of Illinois. I'm working on Indiana now, and I go detailed. I draw out the buildings and stuff. My pride and joy is the Chicago L line. That was fun to do. Oh, that was like 6 months of my life. But it's the most detailed map I've ever done. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's the first detailed map I've ever done. Oh, that sucks, man. Not even a trace of rail? See, this layout, if you look at South Elgin, Illinois, just to the west of it, no, I'm sorry, just to the east of it a couple miles, in the middle of nowhere, you'll see the bike path to the east of South Elgin. Along that, at the road, you'll see a square building. That's the substation. Now, you can't see it. Actually, you can. So, if you see my hand over here, right behind here would be the substation. And I actually went onto Google Earth and figured out how many miles it was, or how many feet it was this way and this way. And I actually mapped it out. This actually fits in the land. This would be, well, that would be north. That's west, that's south, and this is east. And that's why this is called the Clintonville. Man, I just can't think today. Did I add model? That was freaky because I did not do that. I know it has a random sound generator in it. I didn't think the whistle was in there. Oh, nice. My first introduction to railroad. I don't know why we were there. We were going to pick up my uncle. He was in the military. He was overseas. Okinawa, maybe? Japan, somewhere. It wasn't Korea. I think Korea was in the 60s or something. This would have been like the early 80s. 82, 83, 4 maybe. I don't know. But we were coming through Aurora, Illinois, and we stopped. We were coming up Broadway going north. And what's there? The full circle Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy roundhouse. Now, back then, it was still completely abandoned. So the whole family stopped, and we took like an hour walking through all the buildings. It was great. I wish I would have taken all the pictures and shit. But now it's a restaurant. They restored it. It's Walter Payton's, or it used to be Walter Payton's. I don't know what it is now. It's a steak restaurant. You can actually go in there. But it was their main roundhouse. That's where Chicago, Burlington, Quincy started. It was in Aurora, Illinois. something I did do. Time to get more passengers. Just today, these are AHM heavyweights, the 1920 series. This is two Chicago and Alton cars. But just today, I got 3 AHM/Rivarossi of the 1930 smooth side in Blue Goose. Wildwood has about 10 tracks in the yard. Oh, that's cool. Dude, we used to have a big yard in Rockford. Multiple railroads. Illinois Central, Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul, Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy, and Chicago and Northwestern. And it's pretty much almost all gone. They're going to be rebuilding a station somewhere because Metro's coming out here, I guess. Or Amtrak. No. Metro? Amtrak? No, Metro. Amtrak is the one that goes across the country. Because in my universe, obviously the Blue Goose was never scrapped. And it's made it to a museum. So, because it was scrapped in 53 or 54 in the real world. But in my world, it kept running. So who's to say in 1950, 7, 8, 9, or in 1960, they actually did Blue Goose cars? But eventually, I'm going to have like a station here, maybe a restaurant over here. It's going to be a Menards line. They have an old Rock Island like F unit turned into a diner. I'm going to have maybe a store or something where they sell, their what's the stores that museums have? Souvenir shop. Car shop, back shop, machine shop. Back here, there's going to be a switch coming because this is 4.5 by 10. I have a 3x4 leg off of it. I don't have a camera for that side yet, but that's where the turntable and the 3-stall roundhouse is going to go, along with a small yard. In here, there's going to be a bunch of yard area. We're just display. And luckily, the area's right now. The area in real life, it's a farm field, so it's flat. But the museum has saved a GP30 ex-Pennsylvania Railroad Conrail. What did I get? 2245. It's a scale trained rivet out, and I can't wait to see it because they've never done a GP30 with the remnants of the telephone antenna. Pennsylvania had them; they didn't work. When Penn Central took over, they just cut them off and left the actual connectors to the body. And this supposedly this unit has those. So you don't. Man, I remember back in the day. We used to have to add all that stuff. One, two, three, four. This is the fifth layout I have had. This is the third layout on this board. I had my original 1984 Bachmann layout. That's long gone. Besides the engine. I actually still have the engine. It doesn't work. I had a 4x8 when I was like a teenager, and that's still at my parents' house. We designed it where it hooked up to the ceiling when we weren't using it. When I moved out, it just stayed there, and then they just like filled up the basement so you can't get it out anymore. Then I made this one here, and it was originally an N scale. And within a year, I realized to fill this board, I made it too big. To fill this board in N scale would literally take me winning the lottery. So I switched over to HO. And then it must have been right before COVID. I sold most of my stuff. Some of the stuff I kept, but I sold most of the stuff to my brother. Took that money and started a fish business, which was doing great until the building sold and the new landlord had a conniption because I had 37 fish tanks in the basement. Four 55 gallons, 620 gallons. No, 6, 7, 8 20 gallons, a 37 gallon, a 50 gallon low boy, a 40 breeder, 29 gallon, couple 10, oh man, I can't even remember, a couple 10 gallons. I know I had a 5 gallon. Did I have any 15s? I don't know if I had any 15s. But that's what these lights are that I'm using. These are fish tank plant lights. I figure I spent the gods of money on these Phoenix lights. I might as well get use out of them. I like the price on N scale. It's a lot cheaper, let me tell you. But you don't get the deep, man. You don't get this in N scale. Right there, that's the freaking Pablo Picasso Michelangelo, whatever other artist you wanted. I mean, this thing is art. They did a phenomenal job on this thing. As you can see from the detail video. Plus, honestly, this was my very first true love in my whole life. 8 years old, I saw the Hallmark version at Hill's Hobby in Palatine in their glass case. I eventually got a Rick Rossi version like a year later or so as a birthday present, I think, from my sister. And I was happy with it. It was a good use. It was what I got. There was no way I was going to get a $2,500 engine back in the 80s and in the 90s. Knowing what I know now, I've had BLI before. Like I said, I had their Paragon 3 cab forward. Beautiful locomotive, loved it. Too big for this layout. It looked funny. Well, I shouldn't say this layout. Too big for this board. It looked funny. My brother's layout is a whole room. It goes all the way around the room. To get into it, you got to go underneath the table. So it's at home on his layout. This is at home here. And I didn't think I was going to be shocked because I had BLI, but this thing blows away that cab forward. Then again, it was double the price. I paid roughly $500 for the cab forward. This thing was $1,000 with tax and all that. I'm very happy with it. Hell, I even put it on my fucking insurance. Because honestly, I would never spend another $1,000 on a locomotive. I did it because it was a good use. Sadly, I don't talk to my brother anymore. We had a falling out. And I really don't care. I've been looking for years, like 4 or 5 years, when I was doing the HO before, the fish. And even before that, I've been looking for a locomotive that was that, because I left all my stuff there when I moved out. Because, it wasn't something I needed to move. They were all in boxes in a cabinet. And I go to the cabinet and my engines are gone and stuff. Looking for years trying to find them. When I sold my brother the cab forward, I found out the locomotive I've been looking for he had on his layout. And that ticked me off. But, okay, water under the bridge, okay. What really broke the camel's back was my dad ended up giving the HO or his N-scale layout to my brother, which had a lot of my locomotives on it because I already got out of N-scale. My dad was still doing it. My best locomotives, the the Walters Proto 2000 080 switcher, USA switcher, beautiful engine. Some cabooses, just enough that if I ever got in an N-scale again, I had a train. A couple passenger cars, caboose, some freight car, and the engine. Supposedly he can't find it. He doesn't have that locomotive. Yet he got all the N-scale stuff. So I just stopped talking to him. He's pretty much stole 2 engines from me. I can tell you one thing though, he doesn't have anything like this on his layout. Hell, the nicest thing he has on his layout was that cab board I sold him. Oh, besides my IHC Pacific, Illinois Central Pacific that he had, the one I was looking for. Because that, I mean, literally when I bought that like 6 months before I moved out, so it only had like 3 months of runtime. Beautiful locomotive. Honestly, ran as smooth as this thing does now. But, I guess you can say karma. He was moving the layout, the N-scale layout, and I guess my brother-in-law was there. And instead of taking everything off and just tipping the styro with all the track on it, and going through doors, my brother-in-law cut the like 80 feeders that ran his layout from the bus line. While it sucks, because that was a beautiful layout, 4 main lines cross, and you could get from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 in both directions on one side of the layout. It was great. Kato turntable. It was all Kato track. Kato turntable, Kato roundhouse, some sidings and stuff. The engines, oh man, I honestly, I would have set it up right on top of this one if I had it. Concord Zephyr, the Kato FEF 3C, the whole train. Chicago Northwestern AB with the whole set. Oh. I should actually post some of my N-scale pictures on the post section. Wow, man. I have 1 and technically 2 right now. That's it. Those don't work. This doesn't work. My 45 tonner doesn't work. My this used to work, and my 45 tonner used to work, but my power supply that I bought from eBay, it was a MRC 2500. Decided to fry the 4500. And then I'm like, oh, damn, okay, so I'm taking it apart, and it's all apart in the box. So I'm running this one the next day, and it decided to fry this one now. So that 2500 in the garbage. It sucked because it looked beautiful. Then I got a troller down here. And then, like, 2 days after I got the troller, my dad gave me an MRC 6 or an MRC Tech 6, which is a DC DCC, and it worked okay. It would never work for me. You could only do one locomotive, and you couldn't cheat. And the locomotive addresses had to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. They couldn't be 3460. They couldn't be 32. They couldn't be, whatever the hell that one would have been, 5016. Honestly, it is, because this thing has a drawbar of over a pound. This thing could pull my house, I bet. It's heavier than the cab forward was. And the cab forward, I'd say, was the locomotive in a single car length. It was a big locomotive. The tender weighs as much as a housebrick, I'd say. I'm dead serious. There's 2 speakers in it, plus everything is brass. The only thing that is not brass is the driving wheels and the trucks. I sent Matthew a picture of the undecorated version of this thing because they sell an undecorated version, and you can tell literally the shell, the firebox. Well, yeah, the whole shell, the firebox area, and the tender is all brass. The cylinders, the trucks for the firebox pilot or the firebox truck, that's plastic. But the frame, I would say, would be cast iron because, dude, I don't think they'd be making a frame out of brass no more. Plus, if they did, it would be like $2,500. No, they actually have reports that 120 cars they pulled with this thing. I saw a video. I can't remember. It was somewhere on YouTube. I know that. But he said the guy was talking about how he was pulling 120 cars with this thing, and I'm like, oh man, if I had a layout like that, I'd have to be walk up and down the basement stairs, which I could have done because the basement is now empty. It used to be the fish room, but it's not too secure. This is as secure as it can be because I'm sitting on my bed. I have deteriorating cartilage in both knees, so I don't like the stairs. It was actually getting rough doing it the stairs twice a day to feed the fish, and then 3 times going up and down 3 times for cleaning. On what would that be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of the week. You can call me Clintonville. My name's actually Brian. But being that there are a lot of Brians in the world, if someone says Clintonville, I know they're definitely talking to me. And I can get all the I need all the help I can get. I was gonna buy one of the Walther's mystery boxes, but I was watching them the other day, just a bunch of them, and dude opens it up and it was mostly Canadian National. I'm like, oh hell no, nope, I don't want a chance of getting Canadian National shit. I don't want it. There's so many railroads in Illinois, let alone the United States, that I still want to get. Chicago Northwestern. I got Santa Fe, Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy, Union Pacific, Illinois, Elgin, Joliet, and Eastern. I really want some of them stuff. I have my Aurora, Fox River, and Elgin 45 tonner, which is actually a real engine, currently at Fox River Trolley Museum in South Elgin. I did it as the liver paint job, the baby blue, but I need to get that fixed. Yeah. I'm just happy I'm getting all this done this weekend. this side of the layout is very expensive because it's all the switches and passing sidings and crap. Did I hear somebody? I think I heard a knock. Hold on. Nope, I'm going crazy. Oh, that's my that. Yep, that's what it is. I'm going crazy. I will join you, and I will sit on my bed and do it. Because I'm a lazy. Plus, it's cold as hell outside, and I'm not going outside. But I smoke pipe tobacco. Gotta get water. There's a make-believe water tower right here. pick up the passengers. I would love for BLI to come out with like a technical manual for the Blue Goose, and it goes CV by CV, or at least function by function, like the cab light. When the locomotive stops, the cab light comes on. When the locomotive starts, the cab light goes off. What controls that though? I don't know. It's not in the book. And then this light, I want tied to the cab light. So when it stops, the cab light comes on, and this light comes on. When it starts, the cab light goes off, and this light goes off. And then the red light. Oh, no, damn it. Hit the wrong button. That light. The red light. I would actually like to figure out, okay, so when I'm at speed, 50%, and I flip the knob real quick, it'll go into an emergency brake where it slows down, it like bypasses the momentum and slows down real quick. When I do that, I want that red light to blink on. And when I go backwards, I want the light to go blink on. And in the book, it doesn't tell you any of that. It expects you to know, like, I guess, everything there is to know about DCC. I mean, I have changed a lot of this stuff. In my posts, there's actually, I posted a post on the post section of the CVs that I have set up for this thing. Besides my function button changes. I don't post that, but setting like momentum and one of the things I think it should ship with is when you hit 9 and it does the startup from the factory, the smoke unit is on. Well, if you don't have smoke liquid in it, or if it's low, you can burn the unit out. So you always got to, because they don't ship it with smoke, I had to get the smoke, and it wasn't. It was like a week later or so. So every time I ran it, I'd have to hit F7, turn it off, which is exactly opposite of everything else. You hit 9, the 9 shows it starts up. You hit 0, the 0 shows the light turns on. When you hit 0 again, the light turns off. There's no 0. So the heat unit I have set to auto off. When you do the startup, it's off. You have to hit 7 to turn it on. I just like that for a safety feature. Okay, so we go with this. Some old granny was getting in one of the cars. She was holding up the line. That's why it took so long this time. Oh, Jesus. That's another thing. Are you done? Thank you. I wish I got the Digitrex DCS52. I wish it would have been created more on an angle. In fact, when I build my shelf here for my power packs and stuff, I'm going to build in a shelf that holds the unit more on an angle so you can see the screen better. Because you can never see the function because the plastic cuts it off when you're sitting and looking at it. Okay, so I'm on 0. There we go. So if anyone's ever watching this and they actually have a Blue Goose and know about DCC, maybe you can, in the comments or whatever, tell me how to do that at some point, hopefully, because I have no clue. And I doubt, I mean, I'm going to try to contact BLI and say, listen, I want to talk to someone that programs this stuff. And then be able to ask them the questions. That's straight. And that's straight. RS36. I don't even know what the heck that is. That's a doodle bug. That's a GP30. That's a BLI or BL2. That's a Camelback. And then that's a U something. Oh, the Southern Pacific. Decoder fried. I had a DCC or a DC power pack that I bought from eBay because I needed a power pack, and it ended up going bad and fried both of my locomotives. My 45 tonner is in the drawer, taken apart because I'm gonna fix that. This one I was just holding its place. One, it's weighting this down so it doesn't move much. And I am getting the scale turning CP30 Saturday, and that'll replace that one. I bought it used. I paid $20 for that like 4 or 5 years ago. It used to be the Pennsylvania. The cab that you see there, the black one, it was originally Pennsylvania Railroad, but the shell broke, and the only shell Bachman had is the Southern Pacific. So I bought the shell. That was like a month or so ago. And then I took the old Pennsylvania Railroad, so I have a parts section on my layout, because we always got extra cabs laying around at like yards and stuff. So maybe I'll send it to. I'll give it to somebody. Obviously, maybe someone knows more than I do. They can take the stock decoder out and put a different one in, and make it even better. Because honestly, the decoder in that thing sucks. It's a Bachman DCC. So there's only like 5 settings you can change. I think that's like a 2020 run. Maybe 2018. The shell is newer. They have now come out with a DCC sound version of the GP30. And that's where the Southern Pacific shell came in. It was in that line. But the 45 tonner, that's my profile picture. So you can at least see that. I'm not pulling it out because I got it all packed away in pieces. I'm going to go all out. I'm going to get the new decoder, a new stock decoder. I'm going to get a new motor to have for spare. I'm going to get the differential gearing on each side, just so I have spares. Hell, I'm actually thinking of buying another locomotive, another 45 tonner, just for spare parts. One, I love the locomotive. It's a great locomotive. And two, it's my custom one. That's the thing. I'm DCC now. ends up the DC power pack I have will not run DCC locomotives. Yeah, riddle me that one. But it's true. In the 70s and early 80s, they came out with DCC power supplies that actually acted like DC power supplies that acted like DCC power supplies. It took the full power when you have it at like up to between 0 and say 15%. It would apply full power to the track, but it would pulse it. And what that did was give you excellent creeping with engines. Just so happens, because of that, it will not run DCC. But I was using that for maybe a week or two, but I'm going to get buried with that thing. A Troller 8000 auto pulse momentum 5 amp dual controller, bells and whistles. The thing's, I love it. But again, it don't do DCC. But it's the only controller that I know of that it can do Z scale, N scale, HO scale, and O scale. Usually HO stuff doesn't do O scale because it's not powerful enough, but the Troller is. State of the art, 1978, and it looks like it was never, it was opened and maybe used once. Or maybe even on like a test track it was used for. I'm really hoping these Blue Goose cars have interiors, because that's really going to suck. But for the price I paid for 3 cars, if they don't have interiors, I don't care. I have to change the couplers out. They're horn hooks still. But I can do that with a single set to begin with. I would have to do this end, and then, I'd have the 3 cars, and I would do the last car. So you'd see the knuckle at the end. In between, I can leave them horn hook for now. And I can take the wheels off these 2 cars and put them on the wheels of the 3 cars, because these are 3-wheel trucks, and the newer ones are 2-wheel trucks. These are 1920s. The new ones are 1930s. The smooth side 1930s. Oh, the Tech 3, yeah, the Tech 3 can do DCC because it doesn't pulse. The 1400 and I think 1500 had the pulse, but it was a switch. You could turn it on and off. This one is an auto pulse. It does it automatically. The Troller. I used to have a, back in the day, in the, like 90s, I bought a brand new Tech 3 9000, and I had that, and That actually went to my brother also. He got everything. Um, and then my dad had two. Yeah, he had two 9,000, 9,500, both either. I don't know. I can't remember. Well, yeah, the 9,000 and the 9,500 were the F3s. But hopefully you have a 9,500 AG 950, which was the first run. A telltale sign is the box will say illuminated gauges, and the gauges will light up. The second run, they got rid of the illuminated gauges, which I thought was really shitty because now you're running at night, in the dark, and you can't see your gauges. You have a light up gauge 9500? Really? You can't. It can't hurt asking. Would you be willing to part with it? Yeah, I get it. I get it. I had to ask. Because I can actually hook up two DC controllers to this thing and using the throttle somehow. And I was hoping to do it with the controller because it's a dual throttle. Honestly, I wish they would have made a 9800, which would have been a dual throttle with gauges. That would have been cool. Although I do have instructions on how to set up, how to add an amp and a voltage meter to a power pack. I got the little schematic thingies. Because honestly, I think that would be an awesome addition to the controller. I'd have to cut the case up some, but it would be cool to have gauges on a dual throttle, especially that thing. Oh my god, so nice. And I mean, hell, even the 9,000 or the 9,500, that was only 2.5 amps. This thing is 5 amps. So technically, it's a total of 10 amps because there's 5 amps on each leg, and it has DC and AC solid current, which most controllers don't have. They have one or the other. It truly is a beautiful unit. All metal, black, with orange rating and pinstriping. Well, no, because to have it work right, you got to go in between the rectifier and some other thing. Like I'd have to look at the pages, and that's the amp one. And the voltmeter, you have to go on the other side of something, or the other side of the rectifier, and then hook it up to the ground. I don't know. Again, I'd have to look at the sheets, but it's you got to go inside to have it work right. Or so they say. Ow, snap. Oh my God. It's like my leg just broke off. See, that's what I wanted to do. Because I was thinking of making a box that had two gauges and an output, two gauges and an output, to where I could hook up and from the power pack to these gauges, through the gauges to the track. But I guess they say you can't do that to have it work right. I don't know. Because I want it to work like the 9500, where you're reading how much amps and voltage the locomotive is taking. Not necessarily what you're putting to the track, or would that be the same thing? See, electric confuses me. I could never wrap my head around electric. I can do the work. This wire goes to this wire, and you make the circuit and da da da. But understanding it, I don't understand it. Man, if I could, I want everything. I want volts, I want amps, I want ohms, I want deltas, I want it all. I just want gauges everywhere. And not the number gauge. I want needle. I love needle gauges. I'm old school. I just want needle gauges everywhere. Dude, I should show you my voltmeter. It's an old 1978 Micron. Beautiful condition. Brand spanking. It was new old stock. Brand spanking new. Lovely. You know what? We'll mute it for like a couple laps so you can actually hear how quiet this thing is. Because everyone always does sound. But if you get the non-sound version, because it is cheaper, the silent version, this is what you would get. And I highly recommend the silent version. Because it's still a beautiful locomotive. And while I did put a speed limit on here. The original max volt speed was 230. I brought that down to 195 because I wanted the speed limit. If I had my dad or something over, I didn't want him running it so fast that it would fall off the track because this thing got up and booked. I only had it the top speed once, and I slowed it down immediately after that because I swear to God, I saw the thing tip, but it did stay on the rails. So I did lower the max speed from 230 to 195. And I would assume that's roughly, it finally caught up roughly about now. And if you look at the wheels, I mean, that's going balls out, I would think, on the planes. I hear the wheels on the rail more than I honestly, I don't even hear the motor. This almost reminds me of an N-scale coreless motor. And then for sound, it would sound like but honestly, I don't like running over 50% because of this. Even if I go 1% and I'm 1% down, it coasts. No matter how slow I do it. Anything at 50% and under, it'll actually keep chugging. So what I did was its original mid-vax or V-mid was like 80 or something like that. I originally changed it to even 115, but I have since increased it. My final was 125. Because this is 50%, and for my layout, it's fine. Most of the time, I'm running between 35 and 45%. It is a smooth runner. Then again, so was the Heisler. The Heisler was surprisingly smooth. It just sounded like a box of rocks in a washing machine. But it honestly, the Heisler was smoother than this thing. I could get the Heisler to creep twice as slow as this thing. Then again, this is also 8 times the weight. which is why one of the options I think that they should have added was the same thing that the Rossi does. It came out of the box with all metal wheels. In the box was a wheel with traction tires that you could exchange. You know, you could take the all metal out and put the traction tire version in. This came with the wrench to get the nut off the drive rod and an extra pair of traction tires. I think it should have came with axles that had no traction tires. Because it's heavy enough, it doesn't need traction tires on flat grade. And I'm never going to be pulling 100 and some odd cars, obviously. What's the max I pull? 8? And that would still be probably here. I'm actually waiting for the shade. I'm looking forward. I want the shade. My main goal on my layout was I wanted the Goose and I wanted all 3 geared locomotives. I was going to get the Bachmann one because that's the best one you could get. But when I found out BLI's coming out with one and it's the first class D, I'm definitely doing that. Because I can always get a class C or a B from a roster from Bachmann or Roundhouse. Roundhouse made the kit of a class B. Bachmann made the class C. Have a good one, Jersey Bill. Sleep tight. But I like it. I like BLI. They're a really good company. I had an incident with my function button sheet. And I contacted them like, is there a way I can get out? Yep, we'll send one right out. Cool, thank you. I was half expecting them to say, yeah, it's online, go print it out. And my response to that was going to be, I don't have a printer. Well, I do. It's just they stopped making ink for it. And I don't want to replace it because I can actually still use my scanner because even though my ink is out. And the new ones, you can't do that. So, but enough of my ranting on computer stuff. I'll let you listen to this dream. whoever's in here, I can run the doodle bug. That's DC, C, but it's no sound. Um, if you want to see a doodle bug run, let me know. I can park the goose and run the doodle bug. The nice thing is I'm going to get a bunch of cars here. Being that I returned the Heisler, I'm going to use that money for. Well, I already did use some of the money for the Blue Goose cars, but the rest of it I'm going to use for cabooses, maybe some old wood reefers, maybe some box cars, something that if I want to pull a freight train, I can. Ooh, it's 1 degree out. Brr. Dog all cuddled up in his bed underneath the layout. Snug as a bug in the rug. Pick up some passengers. So I'm gonna have to. Okay, so a car. I'm gonna actually have to start pulling up to like here then. You haven't come yet, peoples? I think that's going to be it, guys. I'm going to call it. That's it. Keep alive. Night, guys. See you another day.